Yeet.
Good morning, friends. I'm gonna go make some tea or something, and then we'll get started. You get on fast. Streamer privilege, as they say. Streamers get an expedited queue and are allowed to get into the queue 20 minutes before non-streamers. Good morning. I'll be back in a moment. Alright, my friends, I'm returned with a hot beverage of the caffeinated variety. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Space thank you so much for the 3 months of sub. Chris, thank you for the 2 months. Crash, thank you for the 2 months. For rejoining indeed. Tyga and Jelly and Rez and Miss Kaz, thank you all so much for the 2 months. I'm very grateful for the continued support. Glad you're still enjoying the stream. Good morning, everyone. Hey, everyone. Good morning. Also enjoying such a beverage? Yes. Warm and caffeinated in the morning. Hey, Azor. I am not surprised to hear that the first thing tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people worldwide are doing is trying out DC travel. And it's not surprising that there are struggles with it. To be completely honest, I'm a little shocked that the servers came up exactly when they said they would and seem to be working. Is it too late to play this game? Nope, it is not. What time do you usually sleep? I slept from, I think, around 9 to midnight. And then I woke up and walked for a few miles. And then I took another nap a little while ago. My sleep varies, of course, depending on the day. How was your 4th? Honestly, until the fireworks went off, I didn't really pay a lot of attention to the 4th. I took my daughters to a local 4th of July celebration where they had a petting zoo and a pony for my youngest to ride because she wanted to ride a pony. But it was super hot and we couldn't stay long. There are heat warnings in effect all throughout the Midwest. And then the fireworks went off, and of course, there was a shooting. So, you know, just another day in the land of the free and home of the brave. Cancel the YP votes. I didn't mean to make the YP votes feel bad. It was, of course, cute to see my daughter riding on the pony. Let's see. What should we start with today? For those who don't know, there's now a brand new pets channel on my Discord where folks can enjoy pictures of cute little kitties and puppies and all of our other loved animals. Y'all have been asking for more kitten pictures, so I shall oblige you. Let's see. This is Lucy and Penelope playing with a laser pointer. They're blurry because they are in high speed at the moment of this photograph. I think they're gonna look like brothers when Penelope gets bigger. They have the same kind of splotchy pattern. And then this is both Penelope and Jade playing together on the cat tower I built on yesterday morning in the basement. Here they are inside the little compartment. This is now where they sleep, except that I've put a blanket down there for them to sleep on. It's their favorite sleeping place. They climb up the stairs and then hop over this way to get into it. Kittens. Only two kittens, yes. 4 cats. Lucy and Rosie are the older cats. They're like youngish, middle-aged. Let's say around the age of 37, you know? Not old yet. In the fullness of their life. And then the kittens are Penelope and Jade, and they're brand new. One sec. I ran out of tissues. I need to find the box. I'll be back in a moment. Found them. I had them actually right next to me. I have allergies, so I need tissues. Summer's nice, except for the whole, plants trying to kill me part. Today's gonna be good. Today's gonna be good that we had an entire day off, and hopefully everyone was able to catch up on the VODs. Should be a glorious day. Watch the whole stream, but this is the doom. Oh my. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, wait. Yep, we're gonna get going very, very soon. Just a little bit of stalling to let everyone get here that wants to get here. Get online that wants to get online. Prophet, thank you so much for the 2 months. I really appreciate it. Waking up early for a stream. I've been consistently streaming pretty much the same hour for the past couple of months. It's a good work schedule for me. It's a really good work schedule for me because by starting early at 5 a.m., I can stream for a reasonable amount of time and still finish in the early evening when most people in America get off work and hang out with my daughters. I'll fall asleep after you start. Well, I hope you rest well, and of course there will always be the VOD. Crypt, thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate it. When do you sleep? I usually go to bed at 8, 9, or 10 in the evening and sleep until 2, 3, or 4 in the morning. Don't let your daughters get you crying. Why not? I have no doubt my daughters have heard me crying about the game. It does not embarrass me in the least. Love you, Jude. Hey, Eldrick. Good morning. Love the cozy little 13-hour streams. Me too. Just a cute little, a short little time to hang out with my friends. Finished work an hour ago. I hope work went well, and I hope you're able to get some good rest and relax a little bit. Woke up 30 minutes ago. Hey, Razzla's one of us. Crying isn't not a weakness. No, it's not. I have no embarrassment about the fact that I cry. Granted, I've done it more in the past couple of weeks of playing this game than I had in a couple of years prior, but what can you do? Will we go to the party with Preach? I probably will, yes. I expect by Saturday I'll be all done with the MSQ and all done with the patch and probably have finished leveling a couple of characters or a couple of jobs, and no reason not to go to a party. I imagine that I'll be fairly similar to most parties I go to. Lean against a wall awkwardly for a few minutes and then leave. Reminds me of college and high school. Good rest, yep, good rest, back to regularly scheduled despair and nihilism. What do you mean? Everything's fine. We learned that the woes of the world are being caused by a sad AI shaped like a spacefaring bird person, and all we have to do is fly out and kill her, and everything will be fine. I honestly don't see any room for tragedy or despair left in the story. We're basically at the end. Beat the shit out of a little girl. I mean, if by little girl you mean eons old, space traveling AI from a long forgotten, highly advanced civilization, then yeah, we're gonna beat up a little girl. I mean Twitter? I mean Meatbird. She's not AI. I mean, she kind of is and she kind of isn't, you know? She's a creature created and designed with a specific purpose. With a hive mind mentality. She has emotions, but I don't reject the idea that an AI can. Does she have a soul? I don't know. Just like humans? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you saying humans are created and designed? I don't know about that one. Hey Concerned, how you doing, my friend? Hey Persea. Persea has arrived. Feel bad for her? I don't really. Again, this is a lot like what happened with Emmett and other people. And Yotsu, yeah. I can feel bad for things that happen to you that are kind of bad, but I can also not feel bad for the version of you that decides genocide is the way. He's a dynamis intelligence, exactly right. Indeed. You can create a human in the lab? Probably. Certainly soon. How many cat girls? Of course. Robin is a cat girl magnet. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. No one's justifying it, shit. They're explaining how they feel. Someone, you know, Prophet, like someone said they feel bad for her. I get that. You feel bad for her because she's an empath and she was exposed not only to the despair of several civilizations dying and seeing no point in continued existence, and the pain of sharing that with her creator, with whom she severely and extremely empathized with. I get feeling bad for that, you know? That's not an unreasonable position. No one's saying that it's okay that she then decided to become a deathbird of despair and, you know, destruction. I felt very bad for the things that happened to Yotsuyu when she was a child, but I felt not an ounce of sympathy for her acts of cruelty, oppression, torture, and murder. People are complex, and we can both sympathize with bad things that happen to them and condemn the bad things they do. Morning, Matsunugan. Convince you of the feeling you ought to have. Yeah, see, that's less interesting to me when chat's like, not chat, but a few individuals are. You know, the small percentage of the community that believes that the game is a flawless, mistake-free, perfectly written saga. And if you either don't understand something, it's because you missed something or are stupid. Or if you don't feel a certain way that they felt, it's because you missed something or are Hitler, right? There's that branch of chat which is useless to argue with. It's inconceivable that you could misunderstand something because something wasn't perfectly told. And it's inconceivable that two different people could have different emotional reactions to the same scene. Those people exist, but they're a minority. Wawa Grimmy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I'm very grateful for the unbelievable support, especially since I haven't, you know, done it. I'm just chilling and hanging out while we collect friends. Madam. That's cursed. You've got to take the yellow hat off or put clothes on. One or the other. Oh my goodness. What do you think about Vena's decision to sunder the world? That was a beautiful cutscene. Beautifully done, artistically done, extremely moving and well told. And I certainly I respect her decision more than those who wanted to sacrifice the new life of the star to bring back their compatriots, because her decision was founded on respect for the sacrifice her friends made and wanting to honor the sacrifice that her friends made instead of clinging to the past and wanting to revert the world to a way it used to be at extremely high cost from those who were unable to make the decision themselves, and certainly without consulting them. Hers is a forward-looking, accepting viewpoint, whereas theirs is a regressive, blindered viewpoint that would likely have resulted in the same thing happening again and the cycle continuing. So I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I'd be confused if I walked past this. What do you mean? It's just a beautiful group of friends hanging out in an amazing video game. Introduced a lot of suffering to humanity. Did she? I don't know. Yeah, imagine the guilt of the people who willingly, like Hythlodaeus, for example, who gave his life willingly, who rejoined the source, the star willingly, out of a sincerely held belief that doing so is a beautiful and natural part of the cycle and a desire to save the world. Imagine him being brought back and being told, hey, we achieved this by killing everyone else. How would he feel? I think he would feel violated and betrayed and disgusted. Yeah, I know they created Zodiark, but now that somebody killed Zodiark, and I don't know who that was, I think they've returned to the star now. No, I mean, not me for sure. I think it was probably Fandaniel. Yeah, even like, this is so vindicating for my whole view on the original Shadowbringers discussion of the sundering and the summoning of Zodiark and the nature of sacrifice and the nature of respecting sacrifice that we saw told beautifully through multiple viewpoints, both Emmett's and Ardbert's and Thencred's, with of course different dimensions and sizes of sacrifice, but it's the same story about the conflict between accepting sacrifice and moving on versus rejecting it and clinging to the past. We saw it reflected in so many ways, and my view then was essentially what I've been saying now. And it's so vindicating that the Emmett that we spoke to before he was tempered by Zodiark agrees with us. He agrees with us. He's like, I would never do that. That's terrible. Didn't you learn Paulsgraph? I did, but did you not learn about intervening causes? Fandaniel wearing a Zodiark meat suit, reached into his chest and ripped out his heart, and that is the murder. It was suicide? I don't actually think it was suicide. If you believe that, and I don't know if you do, but if you believe that Zodiark was an independent being with a mind and agency, which I don't know, right? With missing Elidibus, missing his heart, let's leave that aside for now. But if you believe that he was, if you believe he wasn't, then it wasn't murder or suicide. But if you believe that he was a person in some kind of core way, deserving of respect and life and agency, then it wasn't suicide, because Fandaniel wore him like a meat suit and made him do shit that he wouldn't have done. It was murder. What about the 10 minutes he spent stabbing him? Just a little light exercise between the Warrior of Light and the oldest primal in the world. Not a big deal. Training, really. I need you to weaken this so I can kill it. I think that's a popular view among most of the folks in my chat who believe that my fighting him weakened him to the point that Fandaniel could crush his own heart. And I don't object to it. It is interesting to me how quickly things move. You know? Normally Robin is told who to stab. But Fandaniel dived into the chasm, gave himself up to be the heart of Zodiark, rose up and was like, "Fight me, bro." And I was like, yeah, okay. I guess I should. Didn't have time to talk to the smart people among my friends to decide whether it was wise to do though, so. Thoughts on Xenos? Xenos is a wackadoodle, man. Like, he's just a psychopath. Somebody gotta kill him. Again. Xenos is cute. I originally believed that Xeno was very attractive. I did. But not anymore. Holy moly. Red flags all over the place. He's your best friend? No, he's not. You don't get to impose friendship upon me. Friendship is mutual and exchangeable. He can call me his friend, that just makes him a lonely psychopath. I ain't his friend. You can change him? I can change him. I can change him with a bullet. From a problem to not a problem. Machinist main incoming. I'll definitely be playing Machinist eventually. Good luck with one bullet, man. How are we gonna make sure he's dead? I want friggin' hanged, drawn, quartered, and then burned. And then spread the ashes across the fucking sea. I want him dead as fuck, man. Stop it with the bringing back of Xenos. Xenos is understanding the word friend is not ours. Yeah, I mean, he can understand what he wants, but I reject his label. I am not his friend. He's a wackadoodle who needs to become deceased, and I shall help him with that endeavor. Aren't your friends? I mean, if you reject my friendship, then we're not friends. Friendship is reciprocal, it's mutual, it's exchanged. But I would like to consider you my friends because I enjoy your company and I enjoy talking to you. I would do anything for you guys, unless, of course, it endangered me or made me work hard or I didn't want it to. How do you feel about comparing Elpis's creation to Sundered People? I don't think I thought about that at all. I think that there were some obvious parallels between I talked about this a little bit that day. There are some obvious parallels between the attitudes toward creations and attitudes toward Sundered Peoples, and there's also some obvious parallels between attitudes toward life and death and attitudes toward, you know, subsequent genocide. Get you a Happy Meal? Nah, I don't want to. I wish I could, and I would if I could, but I just, you know, don't want to. Helpless's creations don't have souls. Well, most of them don't. We read a short story about one that did. There's a lot that I don't know about how souls are created from the admixture of souls that have returned to the star and how they are assigned to new creatures. There's a lot we don't know. I'll give $5 a month so I can listen to you without ads. What does that make us? It makes us... It puts us into a symbiotic relationship, or at the very least, a commensal relationship, whereby we each benefit from each other's presence. If you're willing to give $5 a month in order to listen to me without advertisements, then obviously you gain at least $5 a month worth of value out of hearing me talk. And I certainly gain at least $5 of value out of using your $5. So it's awesome. It's a perfect exchange of perfectly valued goods and services. We're symbiotes, my friend. We are symbiotes. We're friends with benefits. Well, I benefit by $5 a month, which, I mean, you know, can buy an apple or two, but can't buy any of the benefits you're talking about. So, no, we're not friends with benefits. No, we're not. A $5 benefit to each of us. That's all. That's all you get. No more. I don't know what you think you are purchasing, sir, madam, or Robin-like individual of uncertain gender, but it's not access to any of those things. Are you dropping getting an OnlyFans? Listen, I have been privileged and honored to see community artists drawing Robin, creating art about Robin in celebration of this journey that we have taken together, all of us, with Robin. I've been treasuring those moments, but please, please do not link me any art that may or may not be being created involving Robin with insufficient clothes, with any characters in the game with insufficient clothes. If people are drawing Robin riding around on his sheep, people may be drawing Robin riding around on a Stygian spear. And while that's okay, it doesn't bother me at all, or Robin at all, to be thought of in whatever way makes someone happy. It doesn't harm us in the least, but I would rather not see it, because then it would start feeling a little bit more like a violation. These, you guys know you like it. Organize finds the jar, they must avoid it at all costs. Indeed, me as well. Robin and Hythlodaeus. Hythlodaeus is a gorgeous man. I think Final Fantasy, there's so many neat little things they do really, really well. And I was just talking about this, in fact, that one of the things they do very, very well is subvert the commonly held, easy and simple view that evil is easily recognized and that good is easily recognized. Evil is the ugly, unattractive, cruel person, and good is the kind, beautiful person. That's all over in our world. That happens all the time. And it's actually a dangerous attitude and a dangerous belief, because evil is often and it's lesser versions of cruelty, manipulation, emotional abuse, things like that are very hard to find and see. It can be very hard to identify. And I think that Final Fantasy does an amazing job of creating characters that it can be hard to tell. Because that's reality. I hate the idea that our young people are taught how easy it is to identify bad people, when in fact it can be very difficult, and you can get tricked and you can get trapped, and you can find yourself 3 months later in a relationship with someone that you slowly realize is making you feel like you're crazy. Am I the one that's crazy? Am I the one that's at fault? Because really good-looking emotional abusers exist. Think different equals evil? I don't know what you're saying, my friend. I don't think I was saying that. Evil equals beautiful and good equals ugly. I think the most common portrayals in most media these days is that evil is easy to identify either through looks or obvious behavior. And the good is easy to identify as well. And I think that reality is much more nuanced. And I'm glad that this game reflects it. Is what people think these days. Okay, yeah, I do get what you're saying now. And you're right to a certain extent that people have certain deeply held and firmly held beliefs that approach the level of being faith, such that disagreeing with them means that you are necessarily wrong, right? People have those beliefs, and they will often ascribe bad motives to people who don't share those beliefs, right? My belief is so obviously true that if you disagree with me, it must be out of bad faith, bad motives, and bad goals. That is an attitude that exists. True. That is true. We would all be better off with a little bit more charity toward the good faith, sincerity of people with whom we're conversing. But it's hard because, mean, the human brain is wired to believe things that you heard from someone you trust 5 years ago, and then that becomes part of your worldview. And being able to acknowledge the possibility that it might not be right, or might be wrong, or might be simply untrue is very hard. There are several psychological effects and tests and studies that have proven that when you challenge the veracity of someone's firmly held belief about a matter of fact or falseness, it often reinforces their belief in the thing that's not true. Persuasion is hard. For all of us. A good person can have a bad take. A good person can have a bad take. A good person can have a bad decision. A good person can do the wrong thing. These are all true. In fact, I think most do. People are complicated. We're imperfect. We are human. Emotional abuse is a tricky subject. It is only because of bad definitions and expanding it too far. I have a fairly firm idea of what is and is not emotional abuse, but some people would disagree. You're right, and say that things are abusive that I don't believe are. People like to be offended. That's true. Alright guys, like 40 minutes of stalling. If you count the tea time, it's been 49 minutes of stalling. I think it's time to play the game. Thank you so much for hanging out this morning, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful day here in... Man, there's so many of you. Let me reacquaint myself with where we were. I believe we had just spoken with Kryle, and we're concerned because the final days have come to Garlemald. Isn't that right? Kryle and Taro summarize what happened. The Forum wants to use the device within Tower of Babel to teleport to the moon. And the final days come to Garlemald. Yep, that's where we are. We need to go find out what's going on. And the Forum had some kind of a spacefaring vessel that they don't want to use. They want to use a teleport instead. And I know that there's a space bird out there beaming death rays at our planet that I need to poke with a stick. And in order to do that, I need some way of traversing space. Alright, that's where we are. Let us begin. What do you think of Priest Talent Trees? I will talk about Priest Talent Trees when I start playing Dragonflight Priest. I don't bother looking at stuff before it happens. It's always a waste of time. I mean, always. I've gone through a lot of beta cycles. I've gone through a lot of alpha cycles, and it is not worth looking at stuff before it's in a playable version. It's going to get changed. Why commit any time thinking about it? It's just wasted. And I don't have that many more years to waste. Robin, not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after received word from our troops on the Magna Glacis that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. Time you enjoyed wasting is not a waste. I fully, strongly, and completely agree with that unbelievably true and based statement. But of course, if I enjoyed looking at incomplete priest talents that are going to change 6 times between now and a playable state, then I would do it. But I don't. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Did you turn 38? No, I'm 37. Every year matters at this age. But I will admit to you, my friends, that for all of my protestations of not showing signs of age, which are all true, except one, I haven't shaven in like 3 weeks, and My daughters tell me that there are several white hairs in my beard. The rejoining is coming. All right. Beards are glorious. Some people's beards are glorious, but I am an unbelievably low, like, body hair kind of person. Like, I got made fun of in college once because people thought I was shaving my legs. I remember someone asking me, "Hey, are you a swimmer? That's why you're shaving your legs?" And I was like, no. Awkward. I don't shave my legs. So my beard, when it grows, it like grows on my chin, okay? And it grows a little bit along the jawline. But there are several patches that just don't grow any hair, and it's like thin and fairly ugly. My beard is not glorious. Also, you can't swim. It's true, I can't swim. That's also true. Not only am I not swimming, and that's not why my legs are smooth, I also can't swim. They looking at your legs? I got nice legs. That part's fine. Have you ever had your testosterone levels tested? No, why would I? You have to let it grow. My friend, I promise you, I've read all of the advice out there. I think beards are hot. I let it grow for almost a year once, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It only grows in certain places, and the patches are still there. It won't even out. It is what it is. If you shave it, it grows back thicker. That's like the old wives' tale about if you cut your hair, it grows faster. Oh my god, I got so grumpy because my daughter's grandmother, bless her heart, told my daughters that if they cut their hair, it'll grow faster, and they believed her. And I was like, no, that's not how it works. And let me explain to you exactly why that myth happened and how it works. If you cut your hair short, it will continue growing at the same rate, but that rate looks like it's going faster because an inch on 3 inches is a bigger percentage increase than an inch on 12 inches. But it's not growing faster. You've been tricked. And just like it's hard to convince someone of the truth of the world being round, or anything else that someone's been started to believe because someone they trusted told them, it was really hard to convince my daughters that it doesn't grow back faster. It grows the same rate. It was so hard. They're like, but Granny told me that it does. And I'm like, Granny's a sweet old lady, but she didn't graduate high school and she doesn't know what she's talking about. And then they were like, but Granny talked to hairdressers. And I said, well, the hairdressers are sweet old ladies, but they also didn't graduate high school. It's not real. It was so hard to convince them. Also, of course, hairdressers have a little bit of a motive to convince you that coming to their business more often will have an impact on you that benefits you. Oh well. I don't even know why we talked about that. Oh right, shaving your beard makes you grow back thicker. I can attest that that's not true because I'm lazy. I'm super lazy, and I'll go several weeks without shaving and then shave it off. I've shaven many times in the course of my short life, and it never grows back thicker. I'm beardless. Upon departing for the Magna Glakis, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Let's go. You'll be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved. Oh no. Alright, guys. Fun stuff's about to happen. Let us proceed. Exactly late. Exactly late. How can you have a deep voice and no body hair? I don't know how to answer that. I am what I am. The final days are in Garlemald.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same doom we fled.
Yeah, that is very sad. Oh my goodness. He turned especially ugly.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste.
Hey, Frank.
Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
Watch out.
How?
Good job, Alfie.
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Holy bucket spinning is so cool. CJ, thank you. Their monsters look different.
I can handle this pair.
Than the ones
You
in rounds up
Shall
time.
tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
as you wish, my little lord.
Little. As you wish. Oh fuck. I'm Alfie
I'll
again?
command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Okay.
Help is at hand.
What else do I have? I have an AoE heal. I have a shield. I have a heal. Aha! I have damn.
Leave it to me.
And I have a dot. And I have a thing. I'm sorry. Normally I mute for the coughing, but I'm killing monsters. I apologize.
Those who can stand, come with me.
Water's good. You have been drinking water and tea all morning. Got the Rona. I had COVID this winter. Oh, I'm supposed to heal you?
You're safe now.
Calm me.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
Could have cut it again. It's possible. I won't deny that it's possible.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself, boy.
What are you saying, Frank? Of course I'm gonna worry about the refugees. This thing's got a lot of health. Stardive him or something. What's happening here? getting nuked. Alright, we're alive. I'm not sure if that's how I was supposed to handle that or not. Deadly tentacles. Man, Asinian, you're just getting fucking beat the fuck up.
They fight hard, but not hard enough!
Doesn't feel like the shield is worth it. Whack. I love an ability called Whack. Alright, we did it. We did it together. Another innocent person destroyed utterly.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Our Imperial allies are here.
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight!
They brought guns.
To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Amen.
Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be
Tataru.
beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Am I playing as Alice now? Or Graha? Alice. 11111 22222 AoE AoE heal big damn limit break 11111111111. That's a fancy looking button. Save me! We got you. Oh, I thought that was Big Dan. That's a heal. Yeah, I am fine.
Not today.
Indeed, my friend. Do I need to heal you? I don't know if I need to heal him or not. Alice, to the other side. Okay, I got it. We're good. And then which way do you want to go? You want to go that way? That's fine. I'll go this way. And then where do you want to go? You want to go that way? Okay, that's fine.
I'm not done yet.
Big damn.
To worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover.
From what though? That? Oh, it's gonna rotate.
As they say, turnabout's fair
The
play.
limit flip. The limit break is full.
On guard.
That was very disappointing, actually. I thought she did a zone-wide, like,
There's not the
meteor.
barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back. Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Yeah. Sorry.
Ah, you're
that,
from
you know,
Pelika's stand.
You're here
I'm glad
again,
you're still in one piece.
getting chased by monsters again.
Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
For cure.
Look out!
I recognize this. I'm coming! Nope, that's Graha. I thought that'd be me.
Get out of here! Quickly!
When is Robin coming?
I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alizé. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less.
Not embarrassed.
You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
There we are. Slow walking. Don't worry. There's no rush. We got time.
Oh! I can look after myself, you know.
Wait, she said the thing.
Everything's in order? I trust?
But to me,
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
I get to fight it myself now, I think.
Oh, a trio for the ages.
You want to start? You want me to start? I'll start.
Just the beginning.
Oh shit. Big blobby.
I had a feeling I'd find you here. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
What the fuck am I looking at?
On your feet.
Leave the healing to me.
I am. I think he's mad that I popped Leech. He noticed. He's like, stop that, I got you.
I'm in your debt.
I mean, he's right, you know. If an AoE just happened and if an AoE just happened and you pop Leech when the healers are popping an AoE heal anyway, you're just wasting your time and your cooldown. But I have to admit, I don't trust him as much as I would. Well, myself. Oh my god, Stardiver! That was so cool! I wish I'd screenshotted it. We both Stardivered at the same time. Synchronized Stardivering. Me and my buddy. Let's go.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Thank you, Rontai. I appreciate the clip. That one's a good one.
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you.
Including watch my children fight.
That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more,
Yeah.
short though it may be.
This place doesn't seem safe for a transit to the moon plan.
I quite agree.
Hey, Cthulhu.
Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well,
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Wow. Hi.
Xenos! Here! You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Yeah, okay.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
I like killing stuff. Well, that's one thing he has in common with Robin.
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
Of course he is.
That
He's
is
thirsty
and has
for it.
ever been my sole concern.
Man needs it bad.
You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
True. Deathbird.
Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
True. You're small potatoes compared to Deathbird.
So I hone my blade, and I wait.
Feel like it'd be good to kill him now, though. I mean, he's right there. I'm sure I could muster sufficient passion for that.
That's it. That's all you care about.
Of course. You go your entire life only coming once.
Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone.
Doesn't
Along
matter,
with
needs
so
sex.
many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians.
I'm actually really curious to see how Xenos responds. I'm really curious. I'm making light of the scene, but this is an impassioned, humanity-filled plea for human empathy and common cause.
Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing. You slaughtered your countrymen. You did! For what?
For nothing in the end. So much wasted effort.
All merely to lure the warrior of light into an impassioned attack upon me so that I could have my second orgasm in my entire life, and it didn't even work, so good lord, what was it even for? The degree to which he just doesn't give a fuck is mind-boggling.
You.
Yeah, I'd be real pissed.
You bastard!
Yeah. See, Euless and I
For
are
your
on the
own
same
sake,
page.
Ulysses, you must control your anger. It will
I'd be
serve
so
no
mad.
man should it consume you and see you transformed.
He's honest. I mean, it's not a virtue in this case, right? He doesn't care. Why would he lie?
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome?
Actually, a really interesting question from the psychopath.
If so, then Perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof.
A good question, but a very bad answer.
Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why.
You say that like it's a bad thing. But justice is a suitable and appropriate means to a suitable and appropriate end.
Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so.
But all of them.
What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you
Missed his
alone.
point? No, I didn't. I disagree with his point, my friend. Not everything said by every character in the game is true. Not everything said by every character in the game is something to which we should agree. Those are different things.
Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
Alright. The previous stuff was bullshit, but that's a good line. Don't do it. He will kill you.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death.
I feel like there's a 50% chance Zeno says exactly my point, and then walks away.
But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you.
Now I lose.
So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos!
Okay, bye.
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
He's already alone.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
Self-aware enough to know that we think very little of him and are surprised when he does any kind of a kind gesture. Not even kind, useful.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Odd.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
Xenos doesn't want to feel alone. I don't know that he wants to feel alone. I think that he does, inevitably. Because how can you not feel alone when you reject the worth and value of every
He'll be
human
after
on the
your
planet?
seat on the forum next.
You know, that's my take. That's what I think. He feels alone because no one else is worth company. Frank being outdated. That is a very low bar. That was an excellent scene. That was a good scene. I enjoyed it. Xenos is, to a certain extent, a foil and a comparison to other people who are cast as villains in our story, right? Where Emmett and Xenos aren't all that different in the outcomes they engineer or desire. Their motives for them differ. An interesting reflection of the point he's making there. But the biggest contrast is the degree to which we are capable of sympathizing with the complexities and the multi-dimensional facets of Emmett versus the simplicities, comparatively, of Xenos. And it's good to get a little bit of a deeper look into him in that scene. I joke about the whole, orgasm thing because it did seem like he had one after he fought us that one time. But I do think that the character's depths that we can kind of infer are based in loneliness and unfulfillment. Because he doesn't see other people as worth knowing or caring about or able to provide him with what he needs. A lot left unexplored there, and it's good to explore it a little bit. It's better than not having one at all. True. You're right, but of course if that was his first, I mean, he's gonna look for another, right? And I mean, we've seen that, right? He was unbelievably bored with Fandaniel. He was unbelievably bored this whole time. He's just waiting to be fulfilled and acknowledged and recognized once more by the only being on the star that he feels is essentially human, you know? Much as Emmett professed, at least, to not view the rest of people currently existing on the star as worthy of acknowledgement as agents of their own, you know, reality. So Xenos kind of has the same attitude toward everyone except the Warrior Blade. None of them are worth their company means nothing. Only mine does, and he wants it real bad. You have G shader. Oh my god, I can't believe I read that aloud. My brethren and sisterin and they them in Christ. This is a righteous stream. This is a righteous stream, and we do not tolerate heretical or blasphemous statements having to do with third-party add-ons. My game is exactly as our Lord and Savior Yoshi P intended, and unmodified in every other respect. Yoshi said G-Shade is fine. No, he hasn't, because the game is my Bible, and if he wanted me to use it, it'd be in the game. To see Xenos standing there so uncaring and unrepentant, gods, I don't know what came over me. I mean, I get it. It's hard to even talk to him. It's hard to understand him. He's so alien to us. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they don't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. True. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. Hey Elia, good morning. Oh my goodness, another gear drop. Holy moly, the level 90 crafted gear. That is beautiful. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You are extraordinarily generous. You're gonna be styling at 90. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yoshi P revealed to me in a dream that I can use the big booty mod. I'm sorry. I reject your authority. I deny your jurisdiction. I'm a free, sovereign citizen of Eorzea, and I only respect one Bible. And that's the game. Besides,
No major injuries then. Good.
I posted a couple of pictures that suggest, I think, that we don't need big booty mods. When I posted this tweet yesterday, hold on, let me pull it up for you. Add window internet. When I posted this tweet yesterday saying, hey, thanks to all the friends for being part of this journey, I meant it, that was real. And then when I posted this one about the amazing characters have been such memorable parts of the trip, I really expected someone to comment on the focus of the two screenshots. But I do stand by that tweet. They got some good booties. Both of them. Who needs a mod?
I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
Oh my god. I need to read that. How do I read it?
And you are
Enter?
owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
If I click on events, it's gonna skip. Well, I just heard him say it. Event? It didn't skip. She's saying. Did she say nothing? Oh, I guess I didn't skip. Oh yeah, there's Frank's original line. Well, all I skipped was him saying, "I'm Frank. Fuckface Frank." That's okay. I'm alright with it.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time.
Oof. I mean, I get it, right? Tons of people died before this. Isn't that lucky? Because now they can't turn into monsters and have their souls destroyed. She's not wrong.
In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
Of course. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, not in my Garlemald.
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions.
Found a quote from Yoshi P in 2020, any program that alters the graphics of the game is a mod and mods are not allowed. Yeah, my understanding from the people in chat who insist that G-Shade or whatever is allowed is that they base that on an extremely old quote from somebody. And I simply don't trust it. I believe their current position is modifications to the game are only allowed if they are enabled in the base game UI. And that's what I'm alluding to when I say the silly things about this is my Bible. You guys do whatever you want. I don't care. I am not fussed in the least if you use G-Shade, but I do not, and I will not.
Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Guys, just accept what I said.
We
I don't want
swore
to use
to
it.
defend
Isn't that okay?
Garlemald, and so we shall.
You don't need to try to convince me it's okay. I don't want to use it. That's it. I think that's fine. That should be the end of the discussion.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
Indeed, Frank.
A moment, Master Fortuno.
You mispronounced Frank.
You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
I'm grateful, not that grateful.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
Yeah, I am biased. I am. I don't like him. I didn't like the first impression. I didn't like the stuff I learned about his home, and I don't like him now. And I'm biased, and I'm reading into it, but this is him saying, I'll only tell you if you swear you won't argue with me or try to convince me I'm wrong or do anything against my plans. Children are to be seen and not heard. I don't like him.
I swear.
I wouldn't have sworn. I'd be like, fuck you. We're two people having a conversation. You can't make me swear not to argue with you. But then I had a terrible relationship with my father, and maybe I'm taking that out on Frank.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
We got a lot to talk about. Man, while I was doing the back-end time stuff...
Did you...
What?
hear something just now?
When I was doing the back-end time stuff, I forgot about Xenos. And now that we're talking about Xenos, I forgot about, hey, we have a murder bird to kill. They're jerking me back and forth. What? That is so creepy.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Okay. So now you guys are about to learn about the bunny crew of our spaceship.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
Hi.
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
I'm glad to see you all. I missed you.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Yes.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
Please give me Frank's reaction to these being the powerful and wise spaceship crew that he's been corresponding with for who knows how long.
So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
With the aforementioned doom. True. A little heartless, but true.
Yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom?
Show a little sympathy, despite the fact that we don't care about the doom and consider it equally important to the pudding. This is so funny. This is so cute.
As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
I mean, my first question is, how'd you get here, and can we take a ride back?
Forgive me, but are they...
His face. His face.
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydaelyn's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
That's fine. We trust you. Okay. I would never make fun of... I mean, maybe I would. Robin could only do this. Verily I say unto you, my heart rejoiceth
For a
full
time,
well
at
for
least.
thy return.
Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
I will be there, and I will nod.
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Yeah, I need my coat.
Oh, I
too.
dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Like, shoulder to hip. Why are you guys concerning me? The rabbits would not come up very high. I dare say Frank was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians, as will soon discover they have much and more to offer the Forum. Let's go there. We may have time to discuss your recent adventures before we are summoned to the rostra. You not hip. I mean, when you're sitting in a chair, right? That's what I'm envisioning. We're sitting in some kind of a shuttle, riding up with the bunnies. I feel like they're probably hip high. Maybe mid-torso. Alright, let's go back to the Valdesian Annex and tell them all about the death bird that's causing the whole issue, and hopefully someone there, probably Ishtola, if she's there, will have some kind of an idea of how to fix it. How to get there so I can stab it. New chair tomorrow. That's awesome, Concerned. I think you'll love it. I love my chair. Hey, Hammer. Mizuzu, why are you in a corner? Time out for killing me. I've long since forgiven Mizuzu for killing me. Twice. Use a normal chair? Like, I don't even know what normal means, I suppose. Like an office chair or like a kitchen chair. I've used a huge number of chairs over the years, from you know, law firm chairs to office chairs at home to various like gamer chairs. And the one I'm currently using is by far my most comfortable. Kitchen chair. I could never sit in a kitchen chair for as long as I sit in this chair. My bum would hurt so bad. I get tailbone pain. I need cushioning. G Streams with Face came out sub. My daughters are living with me, and my priority is for them to be able to come in whenever they want and talk to me without fear of their face being seen over the internet. And, you know, that's my priority for now. In the fall, they go to school. And then I'll consider it. I will. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I you. In extolling the virtues of Aetherius, I inadvertently awakened a desire to help us in the bunnies. Kryl tells us you've obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, so I'd rather hear them first. Time for a meeting. Don't get the obsession with webcams. I mean, I do. I think that it does add value to a stream to see the streamer's expressions and his smiles when he laughs and his tears when he cries. Not, of course, that I ever do that. I think it does add value to the stream, but that value is less important to me right now than the fact that my daughters are here all day, every day, and I want them to be able to walk in here and not be worried or embarrassed about appearing on camera. But I do think it would be a worthwhile thing to do once I go to school, and I will consider it. To what revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Huge streamer. Yeah. Definitely. As cute as most people who, never mind. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nadana's theory. We're an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. If our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Right? Which it is. I told you that. Matean. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. I'm still confused a little bit about the dragons. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose: the destruction of Aetheris. Then now our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. See, Estini and I are bros. We both see, look, there's an enemy. We can point to it, and we can stab it. Our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. Let's go stab her. We have but one aim: to defeat Matean. You make it sound so simple. Well, we're dragoons. But you're not wrong. Vanquish Matean and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location, but Mama attached a GPS, although talking to her might be difficult. Before Matean escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vana, the woman who had become Heidelin. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, so we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Vana you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, well, not really all-powerful, I'd wager that Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. I'm certain she will. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not stay. I'm not certain of that. I still wonder if she didn't intend for us to use our moonship to go kill Matean instead of flee. I don't know. That part's unclear to me. She said, just like Emmett said, I would never do the things you've said I've done, she also said, I would never build a ship to escape. I would try to save the world. Maybe she was as wrong about her actions as Emmett was about his, though. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Matean? No. That's my impression too. Otherwise she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will or provided clues, such as the Elpis flower. Yes, I agree. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. Nod, I guess. So, what is the second condition? We must find a means to reach Matian. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Heidelin must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? They're a little bit more blasé about all this than I would have expected. They sent me to the first hoping to learn something from Elidibus. And they've instead been told, yo, I went back in time and spoke with the ancients in person and arguably had an impact on history. And we know exactly what's causing the last days and we know how to stop it. I thought that they would be like, you know? They're so blasé, they're like, oh, good job, Robin. Thanks for the info. Robin might be a bad explainer. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Alright, let's see what Ishtola found out. Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Ehrenveld and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the anti-tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home. Maybe we can ask, since we're all starting to cooperate a little bit more? Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. Nod. You mean Frank, formerly known as your father? They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Went to the moon, watched a god kill himself, met immortal bunnies. This is a Tuesday. I have to agree with you just by virtue of the fact that you also think Robin is innocent of killing the god that was maintaining our ethereal ozone layer, preventing the final days from falling upon us. You're harsh on Frank? I hate Frank. It's true. I'm sorry, guys. At this point, he's irredeemable. I hate Frank. He is a failure as a father, and I can't get over it. I'm sorry. To the extent I'm unfair to him, you guys are just gonna have to accept it. Sounds like a typical Asian dad. I reject that. I doubt that. X. Major X pressing on this. Alright, let's go speak with the Rostra Steward. The Forum is in session, and as such, the Rostra is closed to visitors. Not a visitor, I was invited. Scion of the Seventh Dawn. Very well. You may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your ornaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. Okay. Just checking. Still have it. Still have it. I probably leave it here. There's a weapon rack. There's our friend the professor.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
All right.
We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzadhan.
Thanks.
The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Excellent. How do I talk to Heidelin?
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzadhan was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
Pores last? No, apparently Pores are going first. So they can, do all the food preparations and lodging preparations and other serving tasks. But they're getting the first seats, so kind of a good trade.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Sussy.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
He's not wrong. Yeah, he kind of is, especially if he's... We haven't heard enough details, but depending on how he's deciding those who will inevitably conflict with us.
If only
he
in
could be
that
very
it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Every time I hear "to the moon and back," 80s and 90 kids know what I'm saying.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem?
Go on.
We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions.
He didn't even say good on, he was just like, stare. I thought you swore not to impede my efforts, boy.
If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication.
Curious how he plans to make the ship work.
One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
I feel like there's no way he agrees to this, right? Like, we're gonna be like, so we'll fix your space shuttle, thereby enabling you to save everyone, if you let us take it and instead go stab the Deathbird so you don't need to move everyone. Which is actually exactly what Frank said you are not allowed to do. No impeding me, boy.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course.
All right.
If we cannot prove its merit to
Fair
the
enough.
99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
All right. Good job, Frank. Open to the idea. That's good.
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
I The man's got a point. I'm also curious as to how we plan on fixing this thing. And then yoink your spaceship if
Yet,
it works.
what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration.
Yep. Based. If you guys have been working on it and can't figure it out, maybe other smart people can. Let's call some smart people. Sid,
I, for one,
Stola,
have
Latoya.
faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it."
Do you think he has mirrors in place that he uses to count the people behind him without looking?
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Please, magic. Yeah. Maybe they have magic voting buttons. And then a tally appears before him. The hands are just for show, to hide their superior technology. There's a counter on the ceiling, yeah, exactly. Alright, so that went really, really well for us. We got permission to talk to Heidelin if we fix their spaceship, and we got permission to suggest an alternate use for the spaceship if we fix the spaceship, and then if we can persuade them that it is a better use of our time and spaceship to attempt to save the world by killing the cause of the final days instead of fleeing. That was good. You need magic to count? I don't know, man. He counts really fast without looking behind him. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was, admittedly, thinking on my feet for the most part. Also, it's just a little humor. None of us have to take this so seriously. It doesn't matter how they count. I'm not questioning the count. I'm not calling for a recount. I'm not challenging the count. It was just a little lighthearted observation. It doesn't actually matter. We're not magic either. I know, but it's amazing how this is blowing up. I accept magic. I also accept that he actually counted and looked behind him and they didn't bother showing us that in the scene because it doesn't matter. Since we require both a means of communing with Heidelin and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner. I'd like to think it is a challenge not beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. We're calling Sid. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Yeah. All right, Frank. I mean, technically, I think Frank could make a convincing argument that his son has broken his word. However, fuck him. It was stupid to ask for that oath anyway. As instructed, I shall take you to see the ether burner. Meet me outside the Archean. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Alright, to the Archean. I don't think there's a difference. I do too. I didn't say he'd be right to say so, but I think he could make an argument. Suggesting an alternate use for the spaceship could easily be construed by someone as hostile to the idea as Frank as impeding his intended use of the spaceship. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying that I could see the character of Frank in this sequence being angry. You know what I mean? Feeling betrayed. Not liking where this is going. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum and its wisdom has granted you access to the Archean's lift. Look at all my friends. Step inside and have Ophaline take you to the medial circuit. Okay. We're going underground. I guess I kind of cut. You guys can go first. Why'd you just mount? Because I'm inside and mounts don't work inside. This is not a habit I can easily break. Alright, actually I am cutting. Pardon me. Trying to save the world. You wish to use the lift, yes? Yes. You were shambled by the music? Yeah. I am, I'm stunlocked by the music. It's actually not that bad, except for the weird beginnings with the super carnival-y... I don't even know what. Okay. It's like horse. That's okay, and thank you for the kind words. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Okay. What's stalling the streamer? The music, like we said. I'm sorry. I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Mariel Agronomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to. I'm waiting for the night music. Never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Wait, Frank wants to talk to me about something. I want to talk to Frank too. I think that I could have a good and hopefully constructive conversation with Frank about maintaining positive relationships with your children. I want to take him out, like, to coffee or dinner or something and chat. You kill him? No, I don't want to kill him. He hasn't done anything that I know of to deserve being killed. Take him out to dinner? Yeah. Like, you know, a way to break the ice so that he won't be unbelievably hostile. You know how when you play with someone in Party Finder and they don't play very well and you feel like their lives would be enriched and their gameplay would be enriched, not to mention your gameplay would be enriched if they played better. So you whisper to them and are like, hey, I'm sorry, but you're really just using your cooldowns completely wrong, and if you did it this way, we'd all be better off. And they're like, you know, fuck you, bro. You don't pay my sub. I play how I want. Imagine if instead you bought them coffee, you know, and talked about your experiences learning how to use cooldowns right, and instead of being like, oh, I'm gonna correct you and teach you what's good, you talk about it in a productive and useful way. That's what I want to do with Frank. As a mentor. The thing is that I don't care how people play the game at all. I have never once whispered to anyone to suggest unsolicited advice because I don't want to gatekeep the game by my standards. I play the game to become as good at it as I possibly can, but many don't, and I don't think there's anything more valid about my approach than theirs. Many play it 2 hours after work, every couple of days, to release stress and have a nice time after dinner. And there's nothing less valid about that than my way. However, there is something less valid about treating children the way that Frank treats them. And so I would be willing to mentor chat a little bit with Frank about the way he treats his children in the most constructive way that I could possibly think of. I love when people advise me. I'm always willing to help people when they ask, but I try to avoid unsolicited advice. If someone DMs me, I used to do coaching even. If someone DMs me and they're like, hey, you know, I push my buttons and the damage doesn't come out, or I push my buttons and the healing doesn't come out, I'm usually happy to look at logs and try to figure something out. And especially if I'm playing with you and ask me this, I'll gladly tell you. I've had tanks whisper me during a dungeon and say, hey, can you watch my active mitigation uptime and let me know what you think? And I'm glad to help. Lovely to help. But I'm not going to offer unsolicited advice because that's imposing my goals for my gameplay session on them. And I don't want to do that. Because there's nothing invalid about just playing for fun and pushing your buttons the way you want to push them, and, you know, I think that's fine. Twins aren't children, but they're his children. Yeah, I agree they're not children. I respect them as responsible, powerful forces for good in the world. I respect their decision-making, their goals, their disagreements with me, but they are his children. You know, when my daughters are 30, if I'm still alive, I want to have an adult relationship with them still, and I'm still going to love them, and they will always be my daughters. And children, even when they're not children, your children, people's children, children of parents, still need things from their parents. You can be damaged by your parents by how they treat you, regardless of your age. Being summarily disowned by your father at a diplomatic meeting is damaging no matter how old they are. It's bad treatment. And for better or worse, we've seen that their approach to the situation is that they still consider themselves his children. They still consider him their father. They call him father. They refer to him as father. They are clearly desperate to maintain or rebuild a relationship with him, which I have to respect. That is, of course, their decision. And it means that his treatment of them is unacceptable. I don't know. Alfie and Allie turned out amazing. They did. I'm proud of both of them. Alfie grew so much. And he's such a good person now. Who's Frank? Fuckface Frank. Alfie and Allie say his dad. Yeah, the music now is very nice. We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logistic and Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Okay, alright. Waters drawn from underground, dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they're able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. I remember when I first got here, I wondered if they weren't preparing a bunker down here to try to weather the final days. guess not. Hold on. How do you know so much about it? Why, Father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? You're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with Grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It's all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. That's so true. Though he does his best to hide it, Urianger has some really good takes sometimes. Our world is beautiful too. What did he say? He said that our world is beautiful and we take it for granted. Forests and flowers and icebergs and oceans and beaches. We take it for granted. We do. We grow used to it. Having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms used by the Loperites in creating a similar environment, I've come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiarch, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. No, shall you finish it today? I am apparently in a fairly conversational mood. So I am moving slower right now, I think, than I usually do in terms of clicking through the boxes. You might be right, but we'll see. If I don't finish, I'm not going to push it. I'm not going to rush it. I'm going to absorb and enjoy, and if we do, then that's fine, but it's not a goal. My goal isn't to finish today. My goal is to play Endwalker, and I think we might finish today. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheres, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that's not all. It's also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Your space flight experimentation station. Though the Loperites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Isn't it interesting that inhabitable and habitable mean the same thing? That is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the Central Circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to such restrictions and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. English language is Pepega. I mean, it's not their fault. It's the fault of the... Well, it is their fault. The English language is Pepega because England is one of the most conquered regions in the entire world. constantly overwhelmed with the new people bringing a new language to bear on the smorgasbord of mixed language they have. So yeah, freaking Papegas getting conquered so much. first the Romans, and then the Saxons and the Jutes, and then the Danes, and then the French. No wonder we have such an insane clusterfuck language. We had our turn. True. England learned from it and then, you know, did the same. Wonder how the world decided on it? At the point of British guns. How did the world decide on English? Because the English were everywhere saying, yeah, you're going to use our language. The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. The Romans didn't conquer the English. The Romans conquered the peoples who lived there. Obviously, English is derived from the Angles who later invaded, and I know that. But it still goes without saying that the region we call England and the people we call English, who many of whom are in fact descended from the natives that lived there before the invasions of even the Romans, were conquered by the Romans. Overseeing the work is Cockle Dankle, after whom the forge is named. And of course, there's a lot of Latin influence in English. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Hello, my friends. Alright, so there's a new etherite crystal. We're going the other way. Ba-dum-bum. I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't just... I mean, I guess we need to look at the spaceship first, but I feel like it's obvious that we should go find out what Sid and Nero think of how to fix it. They're the best technical people we know. And they made a reference to our extended circle of acquaintances, so I assume that's what we're doing, but maybe the smart people among us, Ishtola, Urianger, want to take a look first.
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise.
When your boss is behind you.
We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Huh. Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
Bro.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
Okay.
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
It's gotta sting to know that your shuttle was called a teeny tiny toy boat by teeny tiny bunnies.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
We know something about Allegan.
You know of it?
Of course, I'm royal Allegan blood.
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ins like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through.
This guy likes blowing stuff up. My kind of man.
Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it, though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need.
That is some quality gibberish. Alright, we need drive cores from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Big chunks of prison stuff of a certain caliber with a thing in it.
According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
Yeah, this guy likes bombs. But I'm good at not getting blown up.
It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
You were. I recognized all the Azerite. Okay. I mean, I'd love to say two, but I gotta say one. You want me to go and fetch the thingamies? The whatchamacallits? The smart people
That
talk
may be
things?
for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this? Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
He's never gonna forget that moment when Estinian was proud of him about the firewood. This is a core component of his ongoing lifelong self-esteem and identity. To be fair, it was a really good conversation around the fire. I remember it vividly as well. It is a core memory.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
You remember it vividly, like, because it was 10 days ago? You say that like it wasn't always, also, like, 350 hours of gameplay ago. Moshi Moshi.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad.
This is kind of cool, you know, in a cheesy way that I really enjoy. Worldwide efforts being taken for the salvation of the planet. It's cool.
Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics.
It's like Armageddon vibes, and I loved Armageddon. One of my favorite movies.
Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
God, this guy. Someone... How pyro is this man?
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
Love grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye,
Just like that.
Just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way.
Over the past several expansions, we've
Now
traveled
let us
the
consider our
world
next steps,
and
shall
made
we?
these connections.
There's yet much to be done.
And it's like paying off. Very cool. Times like these, we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphino has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single Link Pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. And who might that be? That's for me to know, and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Talk to Estinian? Okay. Actually, I don't want to. Meanwhile, in Ulda... No, I do want to. I'm just sour grapesing. He's probably going to be gone, right?
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and brass blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults.
Yes, and how much would you be willing to pay for such items?
Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
It hurts. It hurts.
The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet,
But don't let that stop you from
Eorzeans
profiting.
rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth?
Music is good though.
That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of all, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Lolo didn't. Did I miss it? Did I miss it due to bias? Did Lolo not salute and everyone else did? Oh, I fucking hate that little booger. I hate him.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses.
Too many healers. We gotta change some jobs here. Me, every time I do a viewer raid in World of Warcraft, and my entire viewer base are healers.
Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Alright.
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
Very good.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud.
Yeah. We met her and Papalimo very, very early on. One of our first quests fighting a big tree. That was cool.
I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Aw. F's for our boy. It is sad. He was her friend.
There you are.
And
We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
And we're at Harshfant's grave.
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
Meanwhile, in the worst questing zone in the entirety of Stormblood,
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Hmm? Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
A couple of hanging threads there. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there anything else we might do to be of service? Ha! You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Allegan technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. Seem to know more than the average scholar? Ha! If only our Master Cuckle knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed. This would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be a great opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Fair enough. That's fine. Two options for escaping certain doom are better than one. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've got a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Ah, that lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. Alright, let's head over to Alice. Hello, friends. There appears to be a wall here. Can I jump down? Nope. This music gives me PTSD. Why? It's like classic action music, and we're, you know, in a coming together action sequence. I think it's appropriate. Maybe I don't want to jump down. Man, it's a good thing I didn't jump down. That would have been tragic. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down there. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar Monty mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. Alright. Acknowledging the Aetheryte. I didn't see an Aetheryte. I don't see an Aetheryte now either. I think you made it up. Gather information in Charlie and Hamlet. FFXIV. Helping with the Ark, even with all the power Master Cockles managed to squeeze out of the ether burner, it's still not enough apparently. Now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Alright. Aha. Haltasan. Offering to help. That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I have not the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. I would much prefer something small and fluffy like that behatted rabbit that ran by. Hee hee. Where is the last one? Right there. Silken Grin. Hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the ether burner. Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties, checking and loading samples day in and day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forum's got enough on its plate as it is, what with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. Lots of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Frank and on the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Don't even have time to see. Search for the behatted rabbit. I'm looking for a bunny. Hello, Lily and Fifan. How long have you been waiting here? Aetheryte, rise up. Fancy meeting you here, Robin. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive, considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Theories itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Yeah, why not? Apparently, I have nothing better to do during the apocalypse than give tours to alien bunnies. A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities between this artificial environment and Bestway's burrows, would be in our best interest to have them acquaint themselves with conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Maybe you should lead this venture. Ah yes, I am well known for my knowledge about Charlian. What a marvelous idea. Can we begin with that great big what's-it over there? Ah yes, the what's-it. I'll leave Robin to explain that. What's it? Explain? I don't even know what I'm explaining. Am I explaining the big bulby things or the wall? I'm very qualified to explain the wall. But I don't know what the fuck that is. A water tower? Goodness me. To build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps we could direct our attention to its most important features. Search the apparatus for interesting things. What? Oh. Apparently the metallic tube is important. It's that water I hear from inside that great big tube. It must be because those cogs and that gigantic wheel at the top. I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside too. Perhaps an auger. Alright. Observe the tanks. There's a tank. Nope, that's a mushroom thing. That looks like the trees in Greatest Ensville. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the top, but big and round thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense, that's where they store the water. It is actually a water tower. Alright. What do you know? Tanks. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. This must be for purifying water. Oh, drawn up from below. Cool. You more excited? No. If I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install it in even the harshest of environments. For us Loporrits, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. Can't argue with that, that's true. We have read, however, that peoples of Etheria sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Which one do I want to say? Your hates water? I mostly only drink water, but I haven't made a particular study in how it's, obtained and transported to me. Wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how they obtain their water in the first place. I mean, your spaceship is going to be a closed cycle. You need enough, and then you need good purification and recycling systems. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logistic Alpha, didn't he? He did, yes. Maybe the Loporrits would share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. Create more with magic? I mean, I guess, sure, if you want to explain that, then we don't need any of this stuff. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlian Hamlet. I shall lead the way. I like how the game usually avoids saying because, right? They could, you're right. If they wanted, they could say because magic, but they don't usually, and I appreciate that because it's an unsatisfying explanation. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big nasty teeth, leopards may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon you to help them safely travel to Logistican Alpha? I will escort Living Way and Cooking Way, and you escort Singing Way and Growing Way. Alright. Ethaloporates, I'm still worried about why they had so many carrots and no meat. Maybe this whole scheme is a way for them to eat us. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction what's it. Okay. Go this way and kill stuff. Streamer's worried about being forced into veganism. I mean, a diet of carrots and nothing but carrots would not be healthy. That is for sure true. A burning Anala. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction what's it is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. It appears it's on the other side of this wall. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logistican Alpha. Our destination is at the top. Come with a knee. You'll need to use a lift if you want to go to the top. Alright. Send me to the top. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic or science takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. The Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous. I cannot wait to see more of it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where is the food? I believe the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mariel Agronautics. As I imagine Singingway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, please escort our culinarian. That sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Orianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself, not to mention that years will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. Haha, your planet's about to be destroyed and you're gonna lose all your food. So, I should learn about it now. Let us brook no further delay. Man, chat, imagine complaining about the music when we're doing a series of unbelievably inane go look at silly things quests. I don't care about the music. Music is bearable. Good. Hopefully we'll be done with this soon. Still digesting Elpis? Yeah. I mean, it does matter what kind of pacing you have through the game, right? Like last night, I had all of yesterday to digest Elpis. Started fresh today. This is the place, yes. The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Maybe you could ask whoever's in charge if they'd be willing to part with a few samples. Cooking away is coming. Alright. But I can just mount up and run there. Music's fine. Music is fine. Quests are boring. What a fine mess this is. It's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there, first on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than death. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Wait, what's he saying? I literally just don't understand. Is he suggesting that an ark could not contain a mating pair of every single creature in the world? Because that literally just doesn't compute. It doesn't make sense. Should be fine, I think. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment, so many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourself. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? The vineyard. Alright, let's go to the vineyard. I know what these are. Grapes. Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. Ooh. Yeah. So sweet and so sour. The taste is like a ripe philosopher's carrot, but the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. I mean, I like grapes too, but impending apocalypse? That's certainly given me food for thought, though in a less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. Tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I like grapes. They're fine. But I wouldn't do that. The only reasonable answer is meh. Meh. An expression of indifference, I assume. In all fairness, our compendium did note they are valued more as an ingredient for spirituous beverages rather than as a fruit for regular consumption. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. Or any other time. On to the next treat. This is what Robin can do when smart people are working on the problem. We sent a bunch of people all over the world to go brave dangerous exploding places to obtain adamantite. While Robin is escorting a bunny around tasting fruit. I could be stabbing bad guys in the places too. Oh, here we go. Robin deserves a break. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. That's equal parts sweet and sour. Why? I don't agree. Why do you keep calling the fruit sour? But nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter? This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any vegetables. Let's see what in that field over there. Nobody eats vegetables. Hey, Chaggy. You should have seen the grapes for the update. I didn't even look at the grapes now. That color, that texture. Are they some kind of enormous round carrot? Are those pumpkins? Oh. I hope we leave the pumpkins behind. In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Blech. It's so... He's eating the rind. It's so hard and flavorless, I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms that these are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. I agree. Let's spend no more time on it, think nothing else of it, and leave them behind off the ship for all time. No. No, Deloise. Don't help. Pumpkins are gross. No one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Don't you find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. That's true. I like to cook. What's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. Sorry guys. I'm gonna take a couple minutes and run to the bathroom and grab some water. I have to write in my diary about carrots. Alright, my friends. Alright, I'm back. I had a really nice break. I hope you guys did too. What's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. Right. Pumpkin. Above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of our favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. Doubt. I wonder though if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Yellow fruit? We're talking about lemons, I presume? What a wondrous fragrance. With luck it'll have a flavor to match. As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. Surely you can reason by analogy with the oranges. Yeah! My tongue. Is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I'd best call an end to this round of sampling. Bless the Lord. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. I mean, have you guys ever bitten into a lemon? Can't blame her. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, and though I learned the hard way that they're not to be eaten raw. And there was a lemon. The deceiver. I still feel so violated. First time, was it? My grandma and I eat raw lemons? Huh. I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon. Have I not suffered enough? Nonetheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Bit of sick him up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst. Not good for the teeth. High acid content, I suppose? I don't know, I could never eat a lemon. I think I would throw up. They're too sour. This is delicious. Well, everyone loves muffins. Nod. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can be the difference between life and death. I usually roast chickens with lemons stuffed in the cavity. I think it adds some nice flavor. That's one of the only uses I have for lemon. Do I use it for anything else? I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. I mean, lemon on oysters, obviously. Lemon on fish. Yes. Big agree. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Add in alcohol? I rarely buy alcohol. Just because... You know, I live alone. It's weird to drink alone sometimes. I don't feel compelled to drink alcohol. I enjoy it sometimes if I'm out, but you know, I'm never out. So I don't have any alcohol in the house right now. Have your daughters to drink around? Yes, quite right, indeed. You got hiccups? Lemon, stop it. Lemon and honey and tea is obviously a nice throat soother. No alcohol, think American. I drink, and if I have occasion to drink, you know. I don't. That's the thing, right? I enjoy alcohol, but not so much that I would buy it to drink by myself, if that makes sense. To me, alcohol is a social thing, and since I'm not a super social person, that limits the events at which I drink. Mankind, the Loporrits, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Are you an introvert? Instead of making humor out of this, I will simply say yes. I will simply say yes. There is a reason that 99.99% of the contact I have with any humans in the entire world except my 2 daughters is the stream. A forum in which I am in complete control of the conversation. I get somewhat uncomfortable around especially too many people, you know? Shouldn't be embarrassing to be introverted. I'm not embarrassed to be introverted at all. I was just, when Jessie, maybe not a she after all, you spell it with an I spell it with an E. E means boy, I means girl. Maybe that's not true. I don't know. I would never judge. My name's Jessie. When Jessie asked that question, it wasn't that I was embarrassed to answer that I'm an introvert. It's that too many jokes came to mind along the lines of, you know, just being sarcastic and saying something like, oh no, the reason that I stream for 12 hours a day and then go to sleep is because I just love going to parties and socializing, that kind of thing. But I decided not to do it. Chat Independence Day. I hope your Independence Day goes better than ours did. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. I was with you until the carrot. I mean the question, do you feel pressured? No, not at all. I have no problem whatsoever talking about the fact that I'm an introvert. Civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest and all too often become the architects of their own demise. Their dreams forever unfulfilled. I wonder how much of this is Heidelin's wisdom, having been there when Mathion made her report on other civilizations, and having been there as the ancients' pursuit of perfect creatures led to their downfall in some ways. Something happened in the US yesterday. We had another shooting. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Amen. That was some wisdom from the bunny. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the 7 hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? The ancients paid attention to the costs, not to the original costs, the costs to the creatures who are being created, manipulated, and extinguished, or the cost to their caretaker, who was lonely and depressed in a world without loneliness, depression, or empathy for such things. That was the part I was pointing to, not Vinaz's decision making. Cooking away at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there will be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Etheria's species as possible if you're up to the challenge. Of course I look forward to it. They act like the 4th of July shooting was special. It isn't, except, I mean, this stuff happens, right? But usually the people doing it want attention. At least it's part of what they're doing. And of course, doing it on the 4th got them more attention. And it makes it more of a sad thing when at the best of times, the 4th of July is supposed to be a celebration of, I mean, pick your poison, different things to different people, but the creation of our country, freedom, the goodness that we're supposed to strive for me, perhaps. And of course it's soured and embittered that one of our many pernicious and pervasive national problems is demonstrated on that very day. You know? It's too... I don't know. I hesitate to... It is ironic, but I hesitate to say ironic because I don't think he meant it to be ironic, but... Happy birthday to both of you. Don't understand how politicians can't do something about it. Not a conversation that we should probably have in this stream, I think. An important conversation and one I would be willing to have at a different juncture, but not right now. Yeah. No, don't apologize. I brought it up. This has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Orianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? I do feel a little bit rewarded for this questline by her comments at the end of it about pursuing perfection and at the price of satisfaction and happiness with what you have. Have we been good, people? I think chat's been good. I think Leith is unhappy, but since I think he's timing out most of the things that make him unhappy, I don't even know what he's unhappy about. The irony of having a good moderator is that a streamer is unaware of what he's moderating. Have we been good? Yeah, I've been enjoying chat just fine. Having people complaining about the music before the music started. Oh, well, I see that's... I think that's fair. I think it's reasonable to try to prevent people from trying to pre-influence my reception of something. That after all is the exact reason why I'm not watching any preach videos or lore videos or anything else. I want my experience of the MSQ to be innocent and blank canvas. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? No. Apparently we're continuing the bunny escort. I don't really know much about Limsa food, but I do know there's some interesting stuff in the Far East. In fact, in the Azim Steppes, we tasted some new stuff. Let's go there. Oh great, we don't even have to go there. Even better. What did I have time to visit? The more I learn of Aetherius, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Hydaelyn's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Robin, I trust your time at Muriel Agronomics did bear fruit. Urianger doesn't even have children. He has no excuse. Our own efforts were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. So as entertaining as its intermission, taking a tour of the area and looking at fruit has been, it is now time to return to the matter of the apocalypse. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every leopard there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. His father to Reen. He definitely had some dad moments with Reen. I still really admire the talk he had with Reen at the trolley. That was very good. In the face of her despair and struggle with self-worth. Do I think Urianger are popular? Urianger might be my favorite scion. I haven't given it a lot of thought, but there's a good shot he is. The ship. What? Oh! Ah, guys. I am an innocent Midwestern boy, and that went right over my head. Sigh. Yes, Robin, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetherius at Logistic and Alpha. That's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? I wonder if I can influence the bunnies into valuing the other stars that are going to be lost if the source is destroyed while we flee. I'm still worried about Reen. Robin, in my role as Robin, I'm worried about Reen, and I feel like this would be what I would say, because hey, this fleeing plan is bullshit. Gasp! Gasp, I say! With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. He's gonna pet the bunny. Not at all. Your works are not less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred! We cut short the bunny self-esteem session. How'd it go? I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by growing way, we may find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in you. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looks to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. She's one note. You're talking about Stola, right? I think that in some ways Stola is the opposite of Alphino, where she gave an extraordinarily excellent first impression that has carried her a long way, in my estimation, through the rest of the expansions. Because she was the first one that expressed something that I was feeling and thinking about the people of the city-states causing the very primal problem that they were trying to eradicate through their misuse of the tribes. I really liked that she was pointing out and saying, "Hey guys, this is your fault." It gave me a really good first impression of her, and that hasn't changed. She was well-grounded and sensible from the start, and she's always been well-grounded and sensible ever since. I agree that she hasn't changed or grown very much. But then, you know, how much does she need to? I don't know. 'Tis as good a place as any. Come. Hello, my friends. Hey, Smoke to Grass. And hello, more friends. Can I help you? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray tell us of your troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. Was that a big ears joke? I think it was. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlene ingenuity, that it's built with peerless elegant technology, is all true. But I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a star-faring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight. Or the one after that. What do you mean, only operational personnel? We still value them too, don't we? We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. The pressure of feeling like you're responsible for saving everyone has to be immense. You're familiar with these technologies, and you can help him feel better. Oh, well, I'm not sure about that, but maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell with which I'm intimately familiar as an astrologian, to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. And now they're talking about gravitational theory. Let's go. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Says Robin. Yet if Thancred's tale is true, others would benefit from insights born of experience. May I prevail upon the Loporrits to attend them. An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's nothing we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetherius and learn more about them while we're at it. As an engineer, I feel this guy's stress. I can only imagine, right? You feel, and are, to a certain extent, responsible for the vessel which is necessary to save life as you know it. And you have to also be aware of how many things can go wrong in new machines, especially untested ones, particularly doing something you've never thought about or done before, like flying to the moon. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather your companions and bring them here. Robin, you have a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Find them and get them help. I'll be here, and I'll introduce them each to a suitable Loporrit. Alright, I'll find some folk who need succor, and I'll bring them here to get succor from bunnies. I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loporrit, and every Loporrit in their place. Remember being mad at Beklug? Well, it was very different. This guy's saying, I'm scared things will fail, and Beklug was like, guys, they might fail, and you might die. Anyway, it's a little different, I think. 8? 8? Holy fuck. Eight, and I see 0. Okay. Apologies, but I'm waiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. It seems this cleaner doesn't count? Oh my. I feel like I've suddenly been transported into the other game. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they'll only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God knows what, made by gods know who. Go talk to a bunny, and it'll make you feel better? You must have molded out during your skipping playthrough? I don't remember it. You mean to say I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Calm means there's no point in talking to her. She's fine. I'm seeking out people in need of succor. As a WoW player, this quest didn't bother you? It's bothering me a little bit, because I'm not a WoW player anymore. I'm a Final Fantasy player, and this is bullshit. This circle is gigantic. Why not have 8 quest markers for me to go to? If this were a YouTube video, I'd be putting on ×2 speed right now. Oh my god, I found one. "56 bunches of weed in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds, rip one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of weed in the ground." Eep. I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed this weed, and I got high, and started singing about it. Pleasant conversation partners, and fuzzy, goodness me, that sounds like a better way to relax. Maybe they'll want a hit off of his joint. There's a map for them. Listen, I am a multi-time World of Warcraft world-first gamer. Certainly I can do this without a map. Right? Surely? Capricious. Do you need help with your capriciousness? The end of the world is nigh, but the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment and bollocks the next. Yet I've never felt so alive. The fact that they've included these guys that don't need help is just... What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. Go talk to a bunny. Why didn't I think of that? Irascible. So he's grumpy. Maybe talking to a bunny will help him. You. Yes, you idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying around? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Go talk to the bunnies? I guess? Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you, and you've wasted enough time already. Bro. Grimacing. That seems promising. She's unhappy for some reason. My face? What's wrong with my... What did Robin say to her? Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Go talk to the bunnies. Okay. I think I hit her with the "you look tired" thing, you know? Ponderous. ... Go talk to the bunnies? Consult our collaborators. I suppose that'd be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate in fewer trips should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible, but there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Is anything bothering me while I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void since played it as a piano. My feet and knees are drums and cymbals too. Damn. Five of 8. Despondent! Oh, that one's good. We know he needs help. Just leave him out of misery. The form can appoint someone else. I apologize, I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? Talk to the bunnies. You know a starship pilot I might speak with? Really? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Six of 8. Not you. Not you. I already did an outside circuit. Not you. Were you an auctioneer? Nope. I was a... Ooh, hyperventilating. He needs help. About the gods, my chest aside, am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Talk to the bunnies? Do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to part any moment as a whole that I designed buckles on the stern of the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind, but that is highly unlikely, very unlikely, highly... Talk to the bunnies. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. That one might be one. Or Cambo. He's not one. Alright guys, give me a second. It's time to be realistic. I need to change my title. Alright, there we go. Holy shit! He's harried. The bunnies can help someone who's harried. The last set of assistants rather have gone off to at a time like this. Talk to the bunnies? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine... The Loperates are willing to help. Why didn't he say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 2 times already and haven't slept in weeks, lazy sods. Alright, we did it. We're 8 of 8. Stream is stuck on ×2 speed. Like I said, guys, if I was watching this as a YouTube video, I'd try to turn it up to 2 times speed, so, you know, I try to do it for you guys. Change title back. I'll admit I didn't expect him to be right there. Behold, Robin. Through thine efforts word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, I say unto you, a far greater number than we anticipated. Living Way doth gather more Loperates as we speak. I'll assign each in accordance with their skills, so that new bonds of friendship can be forged. If anything more important requires your attentions, watch over them, please. Now I'm supervising the bunnies. I'm supervising the bunnies. They're all having conversations about complex engineering matters, so of course Robin is the most suitable supervisor. I watch for monster and stab them if they bother smart people.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest! Why, I haven't spoken so much in... well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping-Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
Is there a snot bubble coming out of his nose?
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
Oh no. Vancrid can't tell the bunnies apart. Chat, get him!
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge.
Yeah, but what's the title of that book? Is it How to Serve Man?
When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
everyone else.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
People?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Oh, are they the parents of Moonbreeder?
Vilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Poor Urianger. He's avoided them ever since he wrote them the letter informing them of their daughter's
It hath been
death.
some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will.
That is true.
No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
And we also know that Moonbreeder enjoyed being there and enjoyed giving Urianger a hard time. We saw it several times, how she teased him, went to his laboratory and whatnot. It's good that they're telling him not to blame himself.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you.
We learned how to kill Ascians because of her. It was good, like...
reading the words you penned in that shaky hand. We must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Aww. That's so sweet.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Man, going from not knowing how or wanting to complete that hug to this, good lord. Poor man was terrified of talking to these people.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
There's a truth there. There's no good way.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others.
There are no good words when someone dies. When you see someone grieving, there are no good words, but it's better to say something and try to help than to say nothing.
Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought.
Punching is more
But
fun.
from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
They've talked about that before. They've talked about that before, where Moonbreeder would ask him all kinds of questions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you, too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
That's so sweet, and such an important thing for someone who's a little more introverted and isolated to hear. For most of the first several chapters of this game, Urianger spent 90% of his time or more alone doing research, alone doing what he did, and only came to meetings, you know? It can be hard for people like that to get the affirmation that all people need. So that's very sweet of Plovida. Aww.
I think I can feel her too.
I just had the worst and least appropriate thought I've ever had in my entire life.
Her life. Not sorrow, but hope. And love.
That image with his choke collar and the chain coming from it. I just wonder how much Moonbreeder enjoyed that. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I saw it and it came into my head. And Moonbreeder would appreciate this musing. I am quite certain of it.
This Moonbreeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
It's a little awkward that all these bunnies are sitting around watching this.
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Correct. Even if it's a little strange for, like, I would feel awkward, I think, in that situation, being someone watching this, but if it does more to persuade the bunnies that the correct thing to do is not to flee but to save the world, then it is good for that reason alone. Ah, Robin. Be assured I am fine. I am. Oh, glad to see them too after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. Aw, Persea giving Orange a hug. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, 'twould have been far harder had I faced them alone. Was that copium? I mean, of course it was. When someone's like, I'm fine, I am. That was a very good scene, my friends. I enjoyed it greatly. Whirlet? I wasn't fine after Whirlet. Did I pretend to be fine after Whirlet? I wasn't fine. The second half of Whirlet, I was better than the first half, but the part where Gaius' daughter talked about the abuse was very hard for me. Serenetta, thank you so much for the 2 months. True Zeracian, thank you for the gifted sub. Silent Fez and Itty Pitty, thank you so much for the 2 months. I've enjoyed your MSP streams so much. Feels like just yesterday you were in ARR. Itty Pitty, I appreciate the kind words, and I've enjoyed streaming with you guys watching as well. Bumble Rob and Callian, thank you so much for the 2 months. Battle Pants, thank you for the sub. Thrace, thank you for the 2 months. And oh my goodness, I missed Thrace with 10 gifted subs. I'm very, very grateful for the support, and I apologize for delaying. I like to do these callouts in all at once, in like little stopping points. I really appreciate the support. CJ, thank you for the 3 months. Choco Paella, thank you for the 2 months. Rua Grimmy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Guys, I truly appreciate the support. I'm grateful for the support. I'm glad you guys are willing to buy my groceries in order to experience my pain. Thank you very, very much. I finished my session the night before, got to that scene, first thing, sat down to play the next day. That would be rough. Happy they gave Orange closure. I am too. He deserves it. And we came to this zone. We came here and he immediately talked about how after Moonbreeder's death, he wrote a letter to her parents and then couldn't was too afraid and guilty and frightened to go speak with them. And now we all know how that feels, where there's something you dread, so you put it off, and that makes it worse because now not only did you not do the thing, but like you've delayed doing the things, which makes your behavior worse, and the dread mounts because of that, and it becomes harder and harder and harder to do the thing. We all know what that's like, I'm sure. And he was terrified of it, but determined to do it, and then God bless the poor man, he went to do it and they weren't there, which would break me. I don't know about you guys, but that would be like, well, I'm never doing it, ever, ever, ever. I'm gonna bury my head in the sand and pretend it never needs to be done. You know? Like mustering the courage to do it, and then it doesn't work. It fizzles. It has to be so hard. But now he's gotten the closure for the tragic stress he's been experiencing over this for so long. And thank God, and by God I mean the writers, that it was a wholesome and wonderful scene and not murdering the poor man. Very good closure. Thank you so much, Vizor. I really appreciate the 5 gifted subs. That is unbelievably generous of you. Liana, thank you for the 200 bits. Eliana, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I'm so grateful, my friends. Thank you so much. Erator, thank you for the sub as well. I appreciate it. All right, guys. That would have been painful. It would have been very painful and very hard. I've experienced that before, you know, something you dread for whatever reason, and because of that dread you put it off, and then the fact that you put it off makes you worse, makes your inaction worse, and that mounts and mounts. And it can be hard if you didn't have the courage to face it and do it when you needed to at the beginning. Then it becomes more and more escalatingly difficult to find that courage as you move on. It becomes this giant weight around your soul. You have my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporrits. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come here seeking counsel, so I shall remain to aid them as need be. If you're needed elsewhere, do not let me detain you. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alice. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less likely to scorn. Can you imagine being the parents to a potential son-in-law? No. Don't make me think about this. Not to mention that much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Fading despair. Yeah, seriously, what are you doing to my daughters are 14 and 9. Where's your gun when you meet the boyfriend? Oh, come on, I'm not that bad. My daughter is 14. I am fully aware. I have had all the conversations that a parent needs to have with their daughter. It is not my job to protect her forever. It is my job to give her the tools she needs to protect herself. And I think I've done a good job of that, and I will continue to do so. But I still don't want to think about it, you know? I still don't want to think about it. You gave her a gun. Well, I mean, I have taught her how to shoot, you know? And important. Of course I have. If you live in America, guys, stop with the Kekona, okay? I I don't like guns. But if you live in America, you need to know how powerful and how scary they are. And there's no better way to do that than to pick one up, point it at something, and see the big motherfucking hole it puts in the thing you shot. And there's no better way to try to keep your child safe from the overabundance of guns in our world, in our country, in my city, than to teach her exactly what to do and what not to do when you find one lying around. The odds are not negligible that going to some house sometime, a child in America will find a gun somewhere. And having done so, the odds are not negligible that they will accidentally shoot themselves or someone else. My daughters will know what a gun does, how terrible it is, the big fucking hole it puts in things that you pointed at, how not to and why not to point it at things, and how to react if you find one. I don't like guns, but I consider this a necessary part of good parenting in America. At least for me. Robin, what are you doing out here? I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. Weird topic for you? I wish it were a weird topic for me. I think that many of you who have been watching for a long time have gotten a sense of the beliefs beneath the humor. Alright, let's carry some boxes. We need to get these to Apuria. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Respect guns because they're extraordinarily dangerous. Deliver the crate of samples to Alphino. You have 3 minutes. Oh god, the pressure. Go, 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 go. Pepe, run. If you weren't living in America, would you feel the same about weapons? Of course not. The fact that we live here and guns are so unbelievably prevalent, and the odds in a country with hundreds of millions of people owning and possessing guns of finding one somewhere are too high is the reason why I believe safety training is a necessary part of parenting here. If those things weren't the case, then it wouldn't be as important. But you can read a story about a kid who found a gun somewhere and killed themselves or someone else, or shot themselves or someone else in the paper every week. And that will not be my child, if I can do anything to prevent it. And I can. Gun training is a useful way to ameliorate those risks. As ironic as it sounds for someone who doesn't like guns to train people on how to use guns, it is one of the best ways and the safest ways of dealing with that risk. I don't know of any better way to express to someone the idea that you should never, ever, ever point it at anything than to put one in their hands, point it at something, and then go look at the big fucking hole it makes. You're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. Jabuzi, what is the matter with you? What is the matter with you? Why would you say that? Maybe you're trying to be funny, in which case it's a bad joke. Good lord, bro. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Apuria to begin with, so was I. It's just a joke. All right. Bad taste, but I accept it. I make jokes and bad taste as well. All good. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts, so its final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. I take it back, Shibuzi. It's all good. No. Listen, don't. I take it back. I probably shouldn't have pointed it out. The best thing to do would have been to ignore it. We all make jokes in bad taste. It was just a joke. I've done worse. We move on. All good. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. No, we're not match. You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush. They're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we've... I didn't even catch it until I replayed it in my head. Alice is so vicious. We should let someone know that we've finished. Theopoldin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least, considering where we are. We might even learn something interesting. Imagine your sister saying that to you. Let's fucking go. I think people want to ban guns in the US are idiots. I think wanting to ban guns in the US is... I don't think it's idiotic to want to. At all. I think it's unrealistic and will never happen, but it's a nice fantasy. Like, it's like wanting to ride a unicorn. I'm not an idiot for wanting to ride a unicorn. It's just unrealistic to think that I can. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We've brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet. Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You're Frank's children, aren't you? Thinks it's pointless because guns in circulation. You can do buybacks. There's ways to fix it. If we as a nation decided to do it, it could be done. Alphino and Alice at your service. You're well acquainted with Father, I take it? Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you were yea high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. 'Tis good to see you again wielding your father's newlis, no less. Are the newlis the guns, I assume? Lasers? You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that. In exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Wait right there. You'll find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind, Alphino and Alice. I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. Deliver the ream of documents to the reserved representative who is somewhere in this circle. Oh, he's right here. Are you not one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the Etherburner. We've got a lot of Scions. Here you go. The nature of this paperwork is not a particularly well-guarded secret, but due to how dull it is to read, will nevertheless remain largely unknown. We can interpret that as saying Robin tried to read it, but didn't understand it. Robin snooped and was like, holy fuck, I don't have a clue what this is saying. The Apologins paperwork. I was beginning to worry I'd replaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents in my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is without a doubt the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlene has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Gee, to nerf Robin's IQ. I mean, I'm just taking what happens in game and drawing my own conclusions, and it seems that Robin is an extremely biddable, trusting person who loves his friends and trusts them to make most of his decisions for him because he doesn't understand most of what occurs in the world. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. And what really reinforced that, by the way, was the Eden quest line, where he was tasked with remembering the previous primals that he had fought, and had clearly just spent lots of time daydreaming about how cool they would be if they were cars, that he forgot which was reality. Robin cannot be trusted with making important decisions. It's just not possible. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. Physical intelligence is intelligence. Yeah, I'm not saying he's like fundamentally stupid, and if I were, I don't believe that's a mark against him anyway. We have no control over any of our native gifts, and they are largely irrelevant in my evaluation of someone's worth, which is instead based on what you do with the gifts that you have. Robin does the best he can with what he has. He's found good people and smart people that he can trust to make good decisions and provide him with good guidance, and he's doing his earnest best to save the world. And that's admirable, even when he messes up and accidentally deletes the ozone layer by stabbing it to death. The twins' paper only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning it in a moment. That one's also hot. Oh, the Emmett rule. Nice. It benefits us as well. We return not with a scrap of paperwork remaining on our purposes, you will note. You both have my thanks and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents we'd asked for, to reiterate. Oh my. People love embarrassing children about embarrassing things they did when they were too young to be embarrassed. Of course, of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well... As you know, part of why the Levelure name garners such respect in Charlene is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard New Kremp's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation, they were simply there when it happened. And it's also not as if we are responsible or to be given credit for anything that our ancestors did. There's an attitude like that among some Americans that I've always found very strange. I once had a conversation with someone who was arguing about immigration and said that his parents came over, his great whatever the fuck parents came over on the Mayflower. And I was like, that's cool, but surely you don't believe that that gives you any more right to be here than me, for example. It doesn't make you any more American than me, for example. And they're like, yes it does. Oh, okay then. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. I say this only as a way to point out that some people do have this kind of pride in what people did 200 years ago from whom they are accidentally descended. And that will be a barrier. That's a person that I will never agree with and that will never agree with me, because my basic position is that we deserve no credit or much of a benefit from the accident of our birth, which is why I believe that immigration is a fundamental human right. I deserve being here no more than someone who was born somewhere else because it's mere happenstance that it happened that way. But someone who legitimately believes that they deserve this land because their great-great-grandpa landed on it 200 years ago will never agree with me. Ever. This is why Newcrump's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time. Aye. Archon Louisois looked not to Newcrump's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations, that led to him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisois lived by that personal creed and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or not. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Frank could not reconcile Louisois' deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently it made a pariah of his father. Frank agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Frank's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough, but even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of the day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. Yeah, whatever. Fuck Frank. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. And how he went from there to disowning the children? Take my word for it. He loves you to an embarrassing degree. Stop. I don't believe you. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. Hey guys. I take it I was hosted. I'm guessing, judging by the number of trolleys in chat. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. You guys know that trains are better than trolleys, right? I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the form on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Take that back, I won't. Trains are better. They make a more satisfying sound. They go further. They're bigger. They're in all ways better. Hail, you three. Train is just several trolleys. No, a trolley is just a sad, unfinished, incomplete train. Graha, surely Cockle hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. The trolley's a sundered train, true and real. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alice and I have prior commitments, and we've delayed too long as it is, so Robin, why don't you go help Graha? Nod. Perfect. This shouldn't take long. Americans hate trains, they like cars. The level up. I don't really like cars. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Cockle wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Cockle's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part them. We'll see you in Charlene Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. Like monster trucks? I don't understand monster trucks. This way then. I also don't really understand cars. To be completely honest. The car is just a box with wheels that gets you from one place to another. Make them safe, make them the least impactful we can on the environment, but I don't get the whole this car is better than that car, except of course as status symbols, right? People like to flex, I have a lot of money, so they buy stuff that says this required a lot of money. Like that makes sense, everyone likes status. But I don't care about cars. Oh, goodness. Oh, I see a thing. Guys, your first meal of the day. Let's go. Alright, so Persea just asked me what's the trick for the next dungeon, first, last, or lottery system. My whole, the last people that whisper me was an abysmal failure. I thought I was being clever because for several days I've been saying the first 4 that whisper me get the invite, and then I said the last 3 to whisper me get the invite, and then that just meant everyone kept spamming me over and over again, hoping to be the last one. So, you know, that didn't work. So this time, what I will do is invite the second, 3rd, and 4th person who whisper me that are also at the dungeon. The first person doesn't get invited because they whispered to me too soon, hoping to reserve the invitation too far in advance. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Good luck. Have fun gaming the system. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract a few elementals, which would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Is my chat visible? It's... Oh god, it is! Netro, what have you done? Wait here if you would. Alright, we need to destroy the elementals that are going to try to interfere with our current work. I didn't get to do my jump. Ooh, now I can. Fastest VOD watcher in the West. I'm actually really interested to learn what I know that a lot of people watch the VODs at higher speeds so that they don't have to commit 12 hours to watching VODs. I wonder what they're going to think of the speed run we did when finding 8 of 8. I'm curious to learn of that tomorrow. Did everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. How do you like Dragoon? I love Dragoon. I really, really enjoy it. I think it's fun. I love all of the OGCDs packed into the cooldowns. I think Life of the Dragon is a cool and interesting mechanic that you can use to manipulate your cooldowns timings based on like uptime issues and things like that. I think it's great. I think maybe the combos are a little bit longer than they need to be. I don't see a huge reason for some of those buttons to exist. Water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Cockle will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, but you, and only you, have been to Alpus. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Elegant's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world. Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who had pushed further, expand Aleg's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Wow, that is interesting. Notice how he referred to this as his life as Hermes. There was a lot of quibbling going on in chat yesterday when I talked about the reflection of Fandaniel of this day to the Hermes of that day, both ending in this state of kind of despair where they want to kill themselves and everyone in the world. And a lot of people were like quibbling over my word choice of incarnation versus reincarnation versus splinter of a soul or things like that. Notice what they just said there. His past life. I believe he had his own reasons. There is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition toward which they are inclined? This is super interesting, because I've thought a lot, I'm sure all of us have, about what makes us us, you know? What makes us who we are? Most of the things that define us, like what we enjoy, who we're attracted to, even to a large degree major life decisions we make, are not rational. You don't sit down and do a pros and cons list to figure out whether or not you like strawberry ice cream more or less than chocolate. You just do. You don't do a pros or cons list to decide whether you like men or women. You just do. I think that a huge amount of who we are and the decisions we make is made at a level of which we aren't conscious. Indeed, this conversation itself is an example of it, and I'm sure that many of you would back me up on this. Even when we talk, even when we express ourselves and try to express ideas and write things down, very, very rarely do you think consciously about what you want to say and then express it the best you can. It just bubbles up from somewhere inside you, over which you have almost no conscious control whatsoever. That person, that being, that entity controlling the vast majority of what we like, what we enjoy, the decisions we make, and the things we say, sometimes can be in conflict with our conscious mind, which is why sometimes we need therapy and things like that. But how much of who we are is who we think we are, and how much of who we are is this unknown, unspeaking, unexpressive being of which we have almost no cognizance. This is an interesting conversation he's having right now. Because the mind, to me, is your conscious thoughts. And for lack of a better term, we could call the other part of us a soul, which does have personality, if that's how you define it. It likes girls, or it likes boys, or it likes chocolate ice cream, or it likes spaghetti, or it doesn't like squash. I wonder what all he's going to say. Because in this world, there's obviously soul perpetuation, particularly for the Asians. And if he has no memories of his past life, does he have a subconscious self that yet is perpetuated in some manner through to subsequent incarnations of himself that share some of the same inclinations? We know with relatives... Oh, I have a really funny story about this too, by the way. I was once talking about this with my contract law professor. And I said almost the same thing to him, and I was terrified one of you was going to say it. I told him about my theory, and I was saying, even right now, while I'm talking to you, Professor, I'm not thinking about the words I use. They're just welling up from somewhere inside me with no conscious thought, oversight, or planning whatsoever. And he holds up his finger, and he looks down his nose at me, and he says, "That is all too clear." I've never been burned so hard before in my life. Holy fuck. We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and an inexorable decline of Alag that moved him on to resurrect Emperor Zandi. Did you have an answer? No. He laughed. It was funny. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fulfill the emptiness of their hearts. How resonant is this line, or at least analogous to Hermes? I mean, this is deliberate. This is 100% deliberate. Hermes had despair because of his people's light-handed creation and destruction of creatures they deemed beneath themselves. That's not an accidental parallel. In facilitating Zandi's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zandy been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Mon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end. To instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. Both of them sought that meaning and that hope in the distant stars. Such is my theory anyway. It's an interesting theory. I don't know how much I agree with it, but it is interesting. And it's a very pretty reflection on the story that's been told so far. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. And yet, and how parallel is this with what Xenos said? Would it comfort you if my motives were different? To reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting. That much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Cockle is getting on? Xenos had the answer. Xenos had a good question, but he had a terrible answer. He had a great question, but a bad answer. Cease your musing. I love musing. This story is so well written, it deserves musing, and I will never stop. If all you're here for is me to click boxes, you're gonna be disappointed, and I don't give a fuck. I love moments like that. That was such a good conversation. Yeah, because you're a handsome fellow. Thank you, Z. I appreciate pretty lies being told to me every now and then. I was just already here. I mean, I'm just stalling my way through, you know? You're not old. Thank you, Indy. You want to sell there's a Lala band in Gridania playing Barbie Girl? That sounds amazing. And if, like, I always stop and listen to performances when I find myself serendipitously in front of one in the city, but I'm not going to go search it out. I'm very curious to see what happens next. I want to fix the spaceship, and then I want to convince the forum to let me use the spaceship to go stab the Deathbird, and then I'll have won. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the game. All we got to do, and then the world is fixed. I can feel those flames blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. What about Xenos? Nobody cares about Xenos. I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do. Only, I hate waiting. I want that adamantite and I want it now. We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. This sitting about's unbearable. Pity form frowns on recreational explosions. Okay, alright. We get it. You like bombs. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone. I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. Then you clearly don't know about the hour of looking for 8 of 8 and carrots and oranges and pumpkins and lemons and lemon muffins. I'll join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon. Wait at the destination. Lemon muffins are worth the hour. I didn't even get a lemon muffin. Imagine getting there and there was no muffins. True. If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later. Alright. It was worth it for the cutscene? Yes. If the price we needed to pay was going through the filler show the rabbits the fruit quest, then I am willing to pay that for Urianger to get his closure.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loporrits, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Moshi Moshi.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo.
Hi, Alphino des.
Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Okaimasu.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
What have happened? My current biggest worry is that people will learn there's limited space on the lifeboat, and
Now,
we're going to start having
where might this delivery be?
riots about that. We'll see if that's what's happening.
Oh.
It's a lot of boxes.
I'm sure it's
Boats.
very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
Ah, excellent. Bureaucrats.
Surely, these can't all be.
Hey, did I recognize him? That was the Ishgardian pirate, wasn't
Bleeding
it?
hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
Oh, shit.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
No, I brought the most adamantite. Man, this is, like I said, this is a cool moment because all of our work across the entire world amongst various peoples of various nationalities, nations, continents, and they're all coming together to save the world. Including the Sky Pirates. That was so cool.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamon shard.
Called out and true.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
No, that was me.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party. Hancock and Saraban. We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help,
There's a
to be
sword.
presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
Never know when you might need a sword.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of the Kojin. Upon learning of your need, Bunchin bade me deliver it on behalf of the Blue with all haste. Fearing I could not swim here with the necessary speed, however, I thought to beg our Confederate allies for aid. To my delight, Hancock was already preparing for departure at the self-same port, and had space for additional cargo.
Sure.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Our own oligarch. But a cute one.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount.
Is she referring back to an Alphino bought a sword? And she was Madge?
We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Oh damn, it's Amelia.
Mother!
Amelians.
Ah, fuck you, Frank.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full.
Too rich.
We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent.
So you've been funding the Scions. From Frank's own coffers.
Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, then? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Erenville.
Erenville? You were involved too?
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it.
Erenville thought Erenville is extraordinarily beautiful. It's true.
Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed.
We continue harping on the theme that it is better to save this world than to flee. Frank needs to hear
To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Hey, oh my god. It's the boys.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
It is unironically weird we didn't call Sid instantly.
You brought the team. Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
My?
Oh, I nearly forgot.
Yoink.
We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allagan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments.
Fuck Valens.
There's a fair bit of refined adamantite in it too.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness.
So cool.
The clash between
All
their
this ties
machina and the
together.
Allagan defences
It's
was
so
a sight
cool.
to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat-Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse.
Yeah, and I've been super curious about this for a while now, because I really thought at the beginning of the Elpis questline that the whole sending my bird creatures into the universe was going to find the dragons and have some role in bringing them here. I've been very curious about this since then.
As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever.
Ashdaya? Do I know an Ashdaya? I don't think I've ever heard of Ashdaya.
Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well."
He's still tuckered out from saving me.
Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Daddy, 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 can I go play in space? Alright, just don't wake me up.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent.
That is some quick math.
Think of how far we could go! What we could do with that much power! What we could blow up!
Bro?
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship.
Sid's ship.
Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
I'm glad for Alfie and Alice since they wanted this, but I'm still mad at him. Fuck you, Frank.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst.
Then how do you go from that to disowning them for no good reason? And now you're just like, takesy backsies, I love you. I hate you.
'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures.
Yeah, I knew this was going to happen from way, way, way back when they were like, oh, he was a changed man after he learned of it. Or after they were born. Remember? I ranted a little bit. I was like, they're going to turn this into a redemption story for him. He was always doing it for them, blah, blah, blah. I still hate him.
The great exodus would succeed. Must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Carteneau. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship.
Better parent than most of chat? No, I strongly disagree. Fiercely loving your children and being willing to do anything you can to protect them is in fact normal for parents. It is almost commonplace. It is almost taken for granted. And that is a beautiful thing, just like our nature. Disowning them for no good reason, just to be cruel? All fathers are perfect. Listen, my dad is worse than Frank. I don't want to talk about it too much. My dad is worse than Frank. I'm not saying all dads are great. But the things that you're praising him for should be normal among fathers. Gratuitous cruelty to disown them. And I won't forgive him for that. Of course I won't interfere, even if I could. I have no agency in the game. Actually, I just stab when I'm pointed at. But obviously, because Alphino and Alice want to continue their relationship with him, I would never step in the way of that or interfere with it in any way. It's their decision. But he doesn't get kudos for wanting to protect them. That's what dads should do. He gets demerits for being cruel, gratuitously and needlessly. You didn't even disown them? Oh, wow. Saying to them in front of the diplomatic meeting of heads of state. That you are not my children. You can't minimize that by saying that they still called him dad. That they didn't accept it. That's makes them praiseworthy in their pursuit of relationship with this man despite his obvious failings. It's not to his credit that mommy snuck them money. He did disown them in public, cruelly and viciously. I will never forgive him for this. We might as well end the discussion. If you're a Frank simp, that's fine. It's actually not. It makes me hate you a little bit too. But whatever. We disagree. That's okay.
I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Yes, this is good. He's saying nice things. He's doing good things. I saw it coming a while ago, and I don't care. A, I don't forgive him. B, I don't think that he would change in character from the cruelty he displayed at the diplomatic meeting to these nice things. And C, also, fuck him and his face.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels.
The bias? Sure. In that I made my judgment that's different than yours. If you want to call that bias, that's fine.
Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures.
It's your refusal to change your judgment that makes you biased, or it's your insistence that I need you that makes you biased. You see how this goes both ways, I'm certain.
Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to.
Millions.
I'm not going to ban anyone. It's okay to disagree with me. It is not.
Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well.
It is not a sin to disagree with me.
I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger.
Oh shit, he blames me. I'm a bad influence on the kids because they try to emulate me. Remember Alice in Garlemald, who's like, Robin wouldn't give up, so I'm gonna keep fighting. I mean...
Yours, in particular.
He does blame me. Well, to be fair, they do put themselves in more danger in an attempt to be more like me. That's true.
I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
Don't worry, I will. They need a good father figure in their lives.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
I offer to each of you a heartfelt and sincere nod. Which one of these is closest to a nod? The one with the fewest words, of course.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
I think they all understood what I was saying on a deep and fundamental level, and were moved by my oration. We've finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Highland may be contacted. People make mistakes? True. Big mistakes? True. Parents make mistakes? True. Part of being a parent? True. It's part of being human. You never know how to direct everything? True. Learning to forgive your parents is part of life? False. We are under no obligation to forgive everything that is done to us. Some things are unforgivable. And I'm not saying that what he did was, because that's up to Alphino and Alice. They forgave him, therefore it's forgivable. But some things are unforgivable. What would you have done yourself? Nothing that he's doing to try to save their lives required the disowning. That act was gratuitous, unnecessary, cruel, humiliating, and in all ways bad and unforgivable to me. That's actually like the only thing. That's the only thing that for me personally, I can't get over. Like the rest of it, fine, you know? Don't consider it unforgivable. That's of course up to each individual, right? Alphino and Alice forgave him, and I, as their friend, respect and support them in that. I do. But forgiveness is subjective. It depends on the degree of harm and the suffering incurred because of that harm, and whether you can look past it or consider it a fundamental betrayal that makes you not want to ever deal with that person again. Forgiveness is very subjective. Alright, we're to meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. We need to know from Heidelin where Deathbird is, primarily, and then we still need to convince the Forum, I believe, according to the original terms of the agreement, to let us use the spaceship. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those must entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Totaro. We're off to Aparia then. You claim something's unforgivable. Everyone forgive you for killing Zodiark. I didn't kill Zodiark. Van Daniel killed Zodiark. And no one seems to mind, other than Twitch chat. Not one of my friends has said a word about it. Not one of them has said, Robin, you're a sweetheart, but did you even stop to consider that maybe immediately attacking the oldest primal in the world might not have been the wisest? They didn't even say a thing. They're just like, all right, well, we weren't there to stop him, so let's just move on. They don't know. There's no way they don't know, right? We've had meetings. I've talked. All right. Okay. Okay. Help. How did I get there? Okay, now it works. I have no idea what changed. I have no idea what changed, but now I can do it. You're in a menu? All right, fair enough. I guess. We got a long way around. Actually, no, we don't. Thank you, Elia. Some code is awful, yeah. Thank you so much, and I appreciate the drop off by the most important part. Don't worry, I will indeed click it. Thank you, Elliot. Didn't tip. True, but she's in the group, and if there is any kind of event coming up, she's still in the group. Maybe that's the tip. Robin, I've already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clara Lane. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. That is, of course, assuming that being able to carry me through a dungeon is some kind of a reward. Teaming with your presence? Man, I would accept tips in Robin's presence. That's for sure true. You're with Frank, yes? Step inside the lift here. Hello, Frank. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos and its most closely guarded secret. Thomazine? 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 It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on the journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Down here, I believe. Whoa, oh my goodness. Hello everyone. I got like half a second of a glimpse of the welcoming party. Slow motion view of Robin's beauty. And here's the space station. Space shuttle. I don't know why I said station. I said station, didn't I? I meant space shuttle. It looks kind of pretty. I bid you welcome to Thomazine. Direct your attention toward its center to behold the arc over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. Oh yes, Robin understands. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word the Cockle and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford as much time for speaking with Heidelin before they finish. Nod. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Hi everyone. Robin's voice. Hello everyone. I think we should take a screenshot with the ship behind us. What do you guys think? I guess I have to zoom in a little bit because Alphino, Alisai. Actually, Thancred's going to be in the picture too. Or we have to smooch in. We have to scooch in a lot because otherwise Thancred's in the picture. That is a nice gun you've got. I like your gun. I just love a beautiful gun. So many cat girls. Robin's a cat girl magnet. Everyone knows it. Three, 2, 1. Never mind. Naked dude squatting on someone. That's not going to be in the picture. Bro. 3, 2, 1. Just comes up and just squats on her. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. It's an amazing greeting and an amazing welcome. This community is awesome. I love you all, my friends. Let's talk to Frank. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Maybe? We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. The lift at the center of the chamber is this way. I'll follow the train. Ba-dum-dum-dum-dum. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. All right, Frank. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal one are one and the same. The deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. Interesting. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thaumazi. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began to work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. The Aisha scope? You communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes. But since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it's been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Aisha scope. Even so, I make no guarantees you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. Need to drink water. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Aisha scope's ocular lens by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determined you're at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there's an increased probability we would extract you too early or too late. Stola or Kryl? They are the ones best suited, I think, to identify our souls. Please, allow me. I've thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe I'm fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. She is primarily a scholar, and a researcher, and a thinker, and a healer, not a fighter. Plus, her own version of Echo gives her a little bit of extra ability to identify us by our souls, I think. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much he may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Frank has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? Of course we will. I can think of none I would trust more. Compared to all the effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. Aw, look at Estinian. And she giggles. You flatter me, but rest assured I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. Nod. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. Oh. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. How does he look so angry while saying that? Concerned, I guess. He's got resting worried face. I'll be as charitable as I can. The Aisha scope is now accessible. Alright. Let's see, who do I choose for my 3 companions? Urianger, of course. I'm joking. Let's see. Cannot locate a character with that name. I apologize. Need to accept your friend request. And I really would, but it takes 20 minutes to do. Are we experiencing data center travel right now? With Leith in the group? Is this data center travel? Alright, while you guys sort out who's gonna tank, I'm gonna accept a couple of friends' invite. And then read about the dungeon. Deep in the heart of Labyrinthos lies its secret among secrets, the device through which the Sharlians have peered into the ethereal sea to learn Heideling's secrets. With their bargain with the form fulfilled, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are poised to journey to the Aisha Scope and beyond to beg her aid, but no depths are without their darkness. Leith and Lion both. Awesome. Fun to play with new people. Welcome to, I don't know, wherever I am. Thank you everyone for being here. It was very cool to see everyone. Sorry I can't play with everyone, unfortunately. Maybe when we next do an alliance raid, yeah? Alright, let us begin.